All right, we are live. So, kind of thought about what I want to do with these maps this weekend and how I want to eventually have them work. And if we can get this to work the way that I really want to, I'm probably going to have a second release of the maps. Um, and I'll explain what I'm going to do. And we're going to start working on number one, we're going to set up tiles for the sleeping giant. I think I'm going to do a save as. We're going to leave this as just a standalone map. Um, but I think I'm going to save as a tile, and we'll talk about how we're going to do that and why. But first, we're going to go ahead and create a roof for this building. And I mean, the easiest way to do it is to go ahead and add a level. So let's go to our live map screen here. And then we'll talk about how I plan to release this as a more usable module. And we may do this as an actual module. I am not sure if we're going to release the module because of all the work we'll do, for free, or if I'm going to set up a Patreon level where you'll get the modules. You can download individual maps, but get the modules as a Patreon thing. So we'll see. We'll decide that after we get it done. But it's been a while since I created a level on this thing too. So let's see. But first, let's do our save as. We're going to do Sleeping Giant levels. Let's get Snap off. I really hate Snap. I think it's in settings, right? Level settings. There we go. So we've got ground. We're going to name this first floor. All right, we're going to create another level. All right, so the reason we're doing it this way, now this map, we're going to upload this map the way it is, our completed Sleeping Giant. I don't really care about trees, outside stuff. This is there for the combat, for the ruffian gang, right? We're going to, because we have this saved as a separate file, the Sleeping Giant levels, we're going to go ahead and create the roof, which this is like a two-piece roof, if I remember right. Where's Sleeping Giant? Yeah, we're not going to really worry about it, but we're going to create it so it can be used with the levels module. And what that'll do is if your character's standing outside, they'll actually see the roof. They can't see inside. Then once they go in, they'll be able to start seeing what's inside there. So that's why we're going to do it the way we're doing it. And let's go ahead and start working on this roof. And we need to compare levels. So we want to see the bottom layer like that. Oh my God. I think we will snap to grid. And it's been, I have not messed with the roof tool in forever. Thank you very much, Carol. Or Carolus, and I have no idea what's on the end there, so it's okay. We'll just use Carol and not be confused. But what we're gonna do, all right, shade, we'll leave that on. Let's do this with a gray roof. This is supposed to be like a dingy freaking place, right? So there's that. And then what about here? Can we make this look right? Oh, I don't want a dormer on here, on that part. Or a gable, I mean. Let's see. Maybe like this. Nope. Ooh, hold on. I think we can make it do this if we do it this way. Watch it. We'll take it like that. So let's turn off compare levels. There we go. So that gives us the roof portion now. And do we really want the shade on? So what I'm doing, I'm experimenting. I'm slowly working on doing all of Lost Mine of Phandelver. So we're creating the maps for every building, every area that you can go in and interact with somebody. In this case, this is one of the possible... Let me, I think we want the roof to go out a little farther. But this is one of the possible encounters inside of Lost Mine, the Sleeping Giant Inn, where the Red Brand ruffians might come and have an encounter with the party. So my end goal, and let me, I really hate it when an eyelash decides to just drop off and go straight into your eyeball. I think what we're also going to start messing with is building out this town map like this. And so I'm gonna create each one of these named areas as an individual map. Then we're going to come in and produce them as a second map that basically when we have the town map, we're going to have clickable points on here. And if you click that point, it'll open up the map of the town hall. It'll start you'll start outside, and then you'll be able to walk into the town hall. And we're going to use the levels module. I swear my eye is killing me. The levels module to allow you to, stand outside, and from outside you'll see the roof. You won't see inside the building. Then when you walk in, the roof will disappear, and then you'll be able to go around and actually interact inside of that building. So every one of these little buildings that's a named area that you can go and visit to either get a quest or talk to somebody, even down to going into the provisions place and shopping, we're going to create it so that this is a tagged map. You click, they say, we want to go to the provisioner, right? And they'll go there, you'll click it, they can go in and interact, see their characters inside the place, talking, whatever, and then they'll leave, go out, go back to this map, and it'll give us all, for this entire section, it'll all be condensed into one module. I'm going to create, see, it'll be a little bit of extra work because we're going to have all the first floors of each of these buildings produced. Then we'll go in and produce the roof and create it as tiles so that you can throw them onto your map or have them so it functions the way it's supposed to. So I'm going to start prepping all of that stuff and create it so that it looks really nice when you go in. And when we're done, God knows how long it'll take me to get it all done. Probably a couple of weeks, but that'll finish Phandelver and have it so that you have... It'll have it so that you have either, if you just want to have maps for each individual place, or you don't care about some of them, you don't need them, but the places that you do have combat, you'll have it. Let me see. Because last week, I don't think you were in watching, but last week we did this. We did the Goblin Arrows maps. So we did Cragmaw Hideout. We'll just open the JPEGs. So we have Cragmaw Hideout mapped out. And we may go in and redo this map again, because this is a multi-level map. I mean, where you're able to walk across this bridge. And to do this, we would have to create it so that this isn't there, or so that it actually sits on a level above that, like 10 feet above. And when the characters walk under, it will kind of go away, and then they walk under. They won't be interacting with the bridge until they go up these steps, walk around, and then they can go across the bridge. Then up here is like an upper level. Down here is a lower level. Using the levels module inside of Foundry, you can create it so that you can walk under things, walk over. This would be blocked off because it's an upper level. You can't even get there until you go around here and go up. So I think we're going to end up redoing this as tiles that we can place. And that'll allow us to have these levels there that your character can walk through and interact with. And then we can export it as a module that you would actually just import into your map, into your Foundry game, and it'll just go ahead and do it. I don't think I'm going to populate the maps inside of the module, but I'm going to set it up so that all the levels function, and the DM will have to populate it. Because you may want to populate it differently than I would, but I want these things to function as maps you can walk through, and then you can do what you want with them as far as putting the stuff down. But we finished Cragmaw just as a flat map last week. And then in the adventure itself, they don't really give you maps for any of this stuff. So we made, the map where you come in and there's the ambush. I created one for the snare trap, which is basically to teach characters to, roll perception once in a while instead of just walking into a trap. And then this one is another generic road map. Hold on. This one's another generic road map that you can use for anything, but it's supposed to have a pit trap somewhere in here. And for the pit traps, when I implement it into my virtual tabletop, I'll designate a square inside the tabletop, and there's a module called Hey Wait. So you know how players, when you're playing on a virtual tabletop, they just start pushing and going along, and whoever the dummy is that decides, I'm just going to go across the map, the second they hit there, it freezes the game, and then I go, okay, you ran into that, but I'm not up front. Yeah, you are. You ran ahead. It'll stop, make them roll, they fall in the pit trap, and they learn, don't go running around exploring like a lunatic. And then hopefully after those two things, and we'll put Hey Wait where the pit trap is too. But and when I'm talking about Hey Wait, it's inside of, let me pull up. I don't know if you're familiar with Foundry. So I always keep my Foundry server up and rolling or ready to go. My local server. It's where I test everything. So here's my local Foundry server, and man, there's constant updates on this thing, which is fine. It makes it work better. So, like all of these things, we built out walls for line of sight, and there you can see if there was something behind there. These are, oh, my brain's not working. They're terrain walls, and then you have your regular walls. So, as a terrain wall, you can see the rock instead of it blacking out like you do with the walls where you don't want them to see stuff. But all of that stuff transitions over. Um, but I put a lot of modules in that help with combat. There's one that does cover. Let's say she wanted to attack her friend here, right? Right there, there's nothing between them, so there's no cover. If she's over here, well, it helps if we do this and here. So she wouldn't be able to see until there. Now, if there was an ally or something between, let's go ahead and target. It's still right there. She's got half cover because this rock covers half of her square. So it'll calculate that cover, take the -2 off on the attack on a ranged attack or a ranged spell attack. And I like using these modules because there's no argument. The machine will calculate exactly how much cover is between. It'll calculate soft cover for enemies. If it comes down to 3/4 cover, it'll add the +5. Full cover, you don't even need to worry about it because they can't see it because the walls block that. But it makes things. Thank you. Yeah, I do that because, over the years I've run virtual tabletops. Man, how long have I been using one? I started with Fantasy Grounds a good while ago. Probably about 5 years now. I've been using virtual tabletops at this point. And then after the pandemic, all my games are online, even the ones where we used to play locally. And it's funny because even if we could get together now, everybody likes being at home, playing on their computer instead of having to drive 20 minutes to go to the store to meet. Or if we were going to have everybody come here, we're not close to everybody. So people are like between 10 and 30 minutes away from if we wanted to play at my house. So the fact that you don't have to add an hour's time on the road and all this other stuff virtual tabletops make everything really easy. And if I really wanted to, let's say you wanted to see your players and not have to use something like Discord, which we use Discord for our chat, but I've got this allows you to set up so the cameras, I would be right here, all the way across. You would see all your players' cameras, and you could do the audio and video inside this virtual tabletop. It's one of the reasons I love Foundry. It's, far and above the best one right now. But I've added all kinds of stuff in here to make it look nice, work better. My druid, I pulled her into my test maps because I needed to test something. She's had difficulty with her wild shape transformations. So I found a new wild shape transformation tool. Let's say she wants to turn into, and I have all of her wild shapes on the live server that I run. This one I just throw a couple on and test it. Now when she wants the wild shape, you just go bam, make sure the mental abilities, stuff stay there, and there she is. She's now a fire elemental. So now she'll be able to just go in, click the list where I created all of her wild shapes on the live server, and she's set. I do need to go in and do this, and create the tokens so that it works properly, because I really prefer them to, look the way they're supposed to look. Let's see if that does it now. I think this is the only thing I didn't test. It should be a round token this time, and it's not. Why is it doing that? Appearance. See, normally, this just takes care of it. So I think what I'm going to have to do, I've got a folder on the server where I've got all of her wild shapes. I'm going to convert the tokens on those so that when it flips into this, it'll be right. And I'll have to test that on this server. I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter if it's square. It bothers me because I like the look of the round token better, but that's me. But there's what I was talking about, there's a module called Levels, and that allows you to set up, you can go in here, this is my sequencer thing, and it'll set up stuff like what just happened, where it goes, you click the transform, it does the animation, and then it flips it to her. But this module, Levels, lets me actually create levels inside of this, and I could create like bridge level, ground floor, upper floor, and it would actually make it so until you actually go up here, you're not going to see stuff, but I probably wouldn't do that in this zone, but I would create a tile level here and throw the bridge on so that they couldn't interact with that bridge from down below. And then when they walk under it there, what will happen is what just happened? Oh, I need to turn this off. There we go. I have no idea what just happened. I don't care. But we'd be able to create a level here. Yeah, we need to trash that so this will work. But once you've got it all set up, as their token goes underneath here, this disappears, and then it'll reappear as they come up here, because you don't want them interacting with that bridge until they're up high where they can get to it, and it's totally blocked off. So it does make it so that they have to explore, and it stops the silliness of mad roaming. Let's call it that, because that's what happens. But we did set up all of these. And like I said here, like when you get here, which I have line of sight set up on this map, I would go in, draw a square here. And then you can set up parameters for, I might not have hey wait set up on this. Let's see. I do. All right. So you would go in and set this up so that this is a hey wait square. And the minute they step in there, the game freezes. That person rolls to see if they get hit by the snare trap. And then they're hanging upside down. Nothing else happens to them, but it does. I mean, when you're on a virtual tabletop, you know, you've got those characters that they're constantly, you know, the group's back here and they're going like this, you know, running like 50 yards ahead like they're sprinting. Well, if you're going to be that character and you sprint up here, it's going to freeze the second you hit that square and you're going to take the trap. And I do have one player that does that all the time. I haven't instituted Hey Wait yet because I didn't feel like setting it up on the massive Mad Mage maps, but I am going to do it this week because there are a lot of polymorph traps on the level they're on. But there's so much you can do inside of here that makes things work really well that it's definitely worth using. But let's get back to our Phandelver map. And we've got some testing we need to do for some of the new modules that I added just this weekend. I hate Roll20. That's what I can say about it. I absolutely hate Roll20. All right, so here's the thing. Let's say you want line of sight and all these really cool things. You've got to pay a monthly fee on Roll20. With Foundry, I pay $50 one time, and I own it. Now, if you've bought all of your stuff on Roll20, there may be a way to import it into Foundry. I haven't looked at it because I own my books on D&D Beyond. You know, both physical books that I have on shelves in the house. You know, some beside me, some out on a big bookshelf with my, 40-odd years worth of gaming books out there. And the fact that I own my books on D&D Beyond, I can pull stuff directly into Foundry. Now, I know that Roll20 has, or somebody makes, or at least they did, I don't know if it still works, because if they're kind of like Fantasy Grounds, where Fantasy Grounds wants you to buy the books through them, either that or you have to take the time, which inside of Foundry, if I really, really wanted to, let's say I didn't have D&D Beyond, okay? And let's say I wanted to run this, which one of the things with D&D Beyond and Foundry is I can go in, if I need to update this character, I just go in, I do I have the link in there. When I level her up, I bring it back in, everything comes in. And the actual repository of the characters is D&D Beyond. And then the beauty of it is I just tell my players, okay, you leveled up this week. Go into D&D Beyond between now and next Wednesday. Level your character up. I'm going to message you guys. Ask if you did it. And I pull it all in. And it's ready for them when they come. You always have one player that they're like, no, I didn't do it yet. So we're sitting there for 15 minutes while they level their character up. But, the rest of them are pretty good about it. But the integration into D&D Beyond is really good. Now, the characters integrate perfectly. The adventures, you can either use, there's a thing called vtta.io. You know, you go to that site, you can download a downloader, and it'll pull the adventures in for you, and it makes it really easy to bring in individual monsters as well. You open a second instance of this in Chrome with an extension. You can pull individual monsters, treasure, whatever you haven't brought into your campaign or forgot to bring in. It's like that, and it's in. Now there's another thing, which is the D&D Beyond Importer. I think I pay $4 a month for the guy that develops that. And I don't have a problem with that. He quit his full-time job to just start developing for Foundry, so this stuff is always up to date. It always matches the API that they do. So I use it, but there are other issues with it. If you do what he recommends, it creates massive files that slow down your server. So I opt to import some things through VTTA, and other things I'll import through his importer, like if I want to import an adventure. But what I was going to say is, if you, let's say you don't own that, I mean, you can set up your character because the basic rule set and everything's in here. Posture check, yeah. I slouch as I go. But if you wanted to, I mean, I don't think I even created the, no, I think I did an import of this, testing it. Okay, so yeah, I did import this, testing it using, because I wanted to see how the D&D Beyond Importer worked this week. I hadn't used it in a while. It does work fairly well, and you can bring it in without bringing in the creatures. And that's my intent, is to bring it in without bringing the creatures in so that I can just do that on my own. But let's say you didn't have that. All I would have to do is create a journal entry, and then you can go ahead and start typing the adventure out. Or have a book beside you and run it that way, and just have this for your maps. It doesn't really matter. Back to my comparison between Roll20, the fact that this is a $50 program once instead of paying an annual fee or monthly fee to Roll20, that's superior to my wallet. So I choose that over Roll20. Plus the automation and how it looks is much better, in my honest opinion, than Roll20. So I'd rather pay $50 and not have to continually pay. And then you've got stuff like the modules also make it. I started messing with this. I downloaded it to see how it works, and it's really nice. You know, if there's something you forget, my multiple concussions, you know, I'm going to end up being Bruce Willis with his aphasia eventually, because I had a photographic memory. It's gone now, which sucks because of bad life choices. So a lot of times I'm like, wait a minute, what is this? So I brought in this thing called GM Screen. And if you've ever played in person, those GM screens that have all that crap in front of you, you rely on that. Here's your GM screen. You can pop it up and go, okay, wait a minute, they're blinded. I forget. What does that do? That's what it does. But you can create all the entries you want. You could have your characters across here, so you could be tracking what their hit points, AC, and stuff are. And you can set up multiple tabs so that, let's say you had one for characters. You had one for all the stuff that you wanted to organize. You can do so much with this. It's actually pretty nice. So I've added that to my live game as well. But it's the modules that are free and made by the community that really make Foundry excel. So, you know, it's just a lot nicer as far as how it looks and how it works compared to Roll20. Now the other, I'm gonna say the other reason that I did go 100% in on Foundry is because of the integration of Dungeondraft and Foundry. All of these maps I make inside of Dungeondraft. Loki, stop licking. He always has to lick somebody's eyes or ears and make sure they have an infection. He's a bad boy. But all of these maps I make inside of Foundry, and I can set it up so that these things block light, right? So, you know, you can see as they move, you know, this is the shadows and everything. That's what you wouldn't be able to see if there was something behind it. And if we zoom out, you know, I try to be judicious with my line of sight blocking, unless it's something where I know I need to set up an ambush, like that one map, and then I'll make sure that they can't see from over here, and as they come in, the things that I'm placing for an ambush, and I use, you know, I'm like, well, the rocks are big, Makes sense. You can hide behind it and wait for somebody to come and then gank them. Um, and yes, she should be able to see all the way down the road. I just didn't bother setting the token up properly. Let's see, vision, has vision, sightline. I don't have this set tonight, I don't think. All right, but it just the fact that when you bring the map in, all those things that I draw where I'll set it up so this blocks light, this, the tree trunks because you can't see through a tree trunk. It does make it so that your line of sight automatically comes in from the maps that you make. Now these things will come in not as terrain walls; they come in as regular walls, and fixing it is just a matter of going like that, highlighting it, selecting that group that I just did, set it to limited instead of normal, and then you can see that you can see the terrain. It's not like the bush is invisible and all the other stuff. So, on your end, it's just a matter of real quick fixing, which if I do what I'm talking about and put these all together in a module where you can download all the maps and stuff, I'll fix all the terrain walls inside of that server. I'll set up a separate server that'll end up being like the Lost Mines module, and I'll export it so that they all come in with everything fixed. Right now, when I export the maps, I'm just exporting exactly how they come out of Dungeondraft. So there are minor fixes that you need to make, but as a DM, it's much quicker to select all these things and turn them into terrain markers than it is, or terrain walls, than it is to actually make the map and spend the hours doing it. All right, let's get back to mapping. So I think we're going to do this as a town map, and we'll start that as soon as I figure out exactly how I want to set these tiles. All right, so I think I have this on snap. We're gonna take snap off and grow this roof just a little bit. So we're on the roof tool. Let's get rid of those two roofs, and we're going to do it like this. So we're going to create that, give it a little overhang, because a roof has overhang. And then we're going to do the exact same thing here and have that go under. All right, so let's turn compare levels off. And that does look like a multi-level roof now. So we're going to have to, what we'll do is we'll save this as two separate levels. So the first floor, now to make this work, we're going to do this. So we need to turn the terrain brush off. All right. We need to get rid of this, which this is a path. We'll kill the path. And it's not going to affect anything because this is our levels thing. So let's go to Path Tool, Edit Points. In fact, let's just do this. Delete that path, and we'll delete this path. And we're also going to We're going to delete this. All right, so this gives us the first floor. We want this to be transparent, and we're going to drop this directly on top of the one that's already going to exist on that sleeping giant map. All right, so we're going to want to crop right there. So that'll give us the entire outside zone. We're going to turn the grid off. We'll leave the lighting on. Leave the brightness at 100%. Set it at 150 pixels. So it's a clean map. And let's export this as, we're going to export this as PNG. Now, you know what? We're going to do it as a JPEG. JPEG quality, set it at 75%. So it's a little bit smaller as a file. We'll leave it at 150 pixels. We'll export. We're going to create a new folder here. We're going to create 2 new folders. Sleeping Giant. We'll do it like that. And then we're going to create a subfolder in there because I like to over organize. This will be Sleeping Giant tiles. So we'll do God damn it. First floor. And we're saving this without grids because the grid's going to automatically be on our map. The main map this is going to drop on. So this will actually show gridless once you're inside. All right, so now we'll go up to the roof. We're going to export. Show the grid. See, there it is. It's already cropped exactly the same size as the other one we just did. We don't need a grid on the roof. So we'll export, same thing, 75%. Lighting on. Export. Save. So it's not going to be that much more work. We just have to go in, turn some of the stuff off, create the roof. If it's a multi-story building, then we're going to do that inside of the layers anyway so that we can see the overlap. But then we can actually just get rid of the background and drop those layers on top. So that gives us our tiles. So the Sleeping Giant is done. We have both the regular map and the tiled map. So we're good to go. So if we want to, we can go in and look at the regular Sleeping Giant map. And I think what I would do, if you're going to use, when I set up the layer levels, I'm going to pull it in this way as a JPEG and then stack those layers on top of each other. All right, so we need a new map. So let's, how big do I want to do this? We're going to actually map this out as a town, and we'll have that ready as a clickable map to have people be able to go into here. So we'll just need to remember we've done Sleeping Giant. The next thing we're going to do is a Stonehill Inn afterwards. But this will be, like I said, it'll be a clickable map when I finish it, where you click it and it takes you to the Stonehill Inn. I could have done these outbuildings on the Sleeping Giant map, but we're not going to worry about that. The outbuildings don't have anything named in them. It doesn't matter. That's just my personal opinion. If something doesn't matter, you don't worry about creating a map for it. Let's see. I think we're going to do like 1,000 by 800. So what'll that be? It's going to be a big map if I do it like that. 50 by 40 maybe. Let's do it that way. And let's see how that. So 50 wide by 40 high. We'll just say okie dokie. We'll leave all this stuff there. You know what? Let's add some natural textures, since this is going to be outside. I don't think we need crypts and cemeteries. We don't need any furnishings. We'll leave this here so it's ready next time we pull stuff in, though. Let's see if that brings anything extra in. H is a brand new set. We didn't have that. We didn't use it in the last one. Bring that in. I think we're good. So let's accept. That loaded pretty quick. So let's see how this fits in there, and then we'll adjust the grid. And the grid doesn't even matter. This is just going to be a reference map. So that's how we're going to use it. So trace image. Should be in here. Let's scale it up. This is one of the few maps where the scale is not going to matter at all. And I'm going to leave this stuff here. That's not going to matter because we're going to create our own stuff on here when we start setting down everything else. So let's go ahead and change the map size. What do we need to do? Get rid of 3 tiles up top. 3 tiles on the bottom. And we're good. All right, so let's set the opacity down about 24%. This is mostly like green zone, we'll call it. So we'll have a grassy background, but it's not going to be like fluffy grassy. Terrain brush. So I'm going to pull this back just a little bit for a second. And we always like to get rid of that repetitive pattern that happens there. So we're going to pull in another grass pattern here. Crank the intensity up. So otherwise you end up with these squares. There we go. And we'll end up, we're going to randomly go over different sections until we lose some of this patterning that happens. In fact, we're going to, tell you what, 4 more slots. Let's pop every grass we have here, baby. Pop the intensity back just a little bit. Oh, it's freezing. It's not happy. Oh, it crashed. Holy fuck. I think it got mad at me. Let's see if it recovers the file. All right, we'll have to do another one. That's the first crash we've had in a while. Might need to, I might need to go to the beta version. Because I know let's see, we took 6 off, so it was what, 44 by 40, right? So I think what I'm going to do, I should have saved this file straight up front. This is almost like when this program first came out, there were issues. It's fairly mature, but I think I think he uses Godot to produce it, and there is some issue with the latest rendering of Godot for the software. Making software, and it's caused some problems. Problems are never good. All right, let's try this again. Oh, there we go. I think after we get this map done, we're going to test that new module that we added so that we'll be able to have the Phandelver map, we'll click on the sleeping giant, and that should pop up the sleeping giant map. So let's take the opacity down again, and we're going to try this again. Let's see if it crashes. Oh, you know what? Let's change something in our settings. So back up every 2 minutes, so it should do that. Now that we have a save, we'll have backup saves every 2 minutes of the map. Just in case. All right, so this one we'll do. We're going to set up multiple grasses, like I said. Let's see which one we want as our base fill. They all have nasty patterns. But we can rid ourselves of some of the patterns by creating new patterns. Did it again. All right, so tell you what, I'm going to go over here. We're going to install the beta because we shouldn't be seeing this wonkiness. Hopefully this fixes our issues. It's always the curse of when you develop shit. If your developer platform makes some kind of change that screws things up, it fucks you all together. We're hoping this fixes it. I'm not going to step on somebody. Come on. It's going to be loading for a while. It's crazy because we didn't really have any issues last week. And I do the same thing with my backgrounds. So craziness. I think it's locked up. It's pissed off. All right. We're going to have to kill the Dungeondraft. And I think I'm going to go to an older install and put that in. All right, let's find it. I'm going to go back to the December install because we didn't have problems there. Let's see if it'll open it up without an issue. See, fortunately, I keep all my old install files. We're seeing the letters moving, so that's a good thing. So hopefully everybody had an awesome weekend. And if I do anything interesting, I basically sat around and watched a lot of bad TV in between messing with my Dungeondraft installs. So what I have to remember is just to stick with this old version. And then we shouldn't have problems until this shit gets fixed. There, that looks better. I shouldn't say anything, but look, no crashing. Sometimes older is better. All right, so there's our trace image again. Let's start drawing. Now, I'm curious with the roof tool. Oh, So I think that's going to be our only issue right there. So maybe we need to make this map a little bit bigger. Let's see if we can double the size. Map info. So we know we had it at what, 50? It's going to end up being a big map. But that's why we'll save it at a reduced size as a JPEG. So 50 tiles by I think it was 34. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 37 tiles. All right. Oh, crap. That's fine. We just need to fix the background now. All right. So I think that'll fix the issue. The reason I didn't like what was happening, the roof. Yeah, I think that'll be better. Now let's try an actual roof we want to use though. That's better. It's not perfect, but it's better. All right, so let's take the trace image down to 0 and let's fix this whole damned map. Is it going to do it again? Shit! I think we're just pushing the limit of what we can do with the background. I think that's the problem. I do think that's the problem. We're probably pushing our limits. And that's not good. Now, our other option, which I'm not enthralled with, would be to make the map inside of Wonderdraft. But I'm not enthralled with that idea. And we do have another option, which this may end up tipping me, but we could go into Clip Studio Paint and pull our assets in there. But I think if I decide to mess with doing it that way, I may spend one evening not in stream getting that set up, testing offline to see if what I'm thinking about doing will work. Now, we're going to go with this. It's saved there, so we're going to go with that. So that would be, we're going to open a new map. We don't need furnishings for this. Let's cut down on some of this stuff. Don't need storage. Let's get rid of those. Accept. All right. So far, so good. Ogres. I want the grid off. Well, we'll save it without the grid. That's what we'll do. Lose 8 top and bottom. All right, let's start doing this crap. I'm curious. Oh, that's right. Is that a wrecked roof or is that trees? I think we're gonna Build this as a normal freaking house. And then we'll put some trees over it or something. Tell you what. See, I keep thinking we could do what we would normally do and draw, because it gives you that indication, but you can't. So we're going to put that there, cover with trees. Now this one's going to be a little bit different, isn't it? There we go. RPG Master, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome day. So we're going to have... Let's take a look at the description of this place. I'm wondering if that's like two chunks thrown together or what's going on. Biggest trading post in Phandelver. Shelves stock most ordinary goods. Doesn't stock weapons. Really doesn't say. It's just really weird the way they built this with this weird overhang going to there. Doesn't make a lot of sense. First edition, you're going back to like late 70s D&D with Thaco and all that kind of stuff to hit against AC0. That's what I started out playing decades ago. So I want to take a look and see how, just for the hell of it, how the houses themselves are looking. I mean, I know we're going to need to put roads, trees, and a bunch of stuff in to make the map look like a map. You used to play 5th? I've played so many systems over the years, it's insane. And not all just D&D. I'm going to say that's close to the size. Not perfect, though. I mean, I've said a lot in my stream and other stuff. Fifth is a good learning edition. It's nice and simple, so you can't complain about simple. My son complains, but everybody likes what they like. It's just the way it is. I'm gonna leave that like that. We played Pathfinder for a long time, and I admit I kind of got burned out on Pathfinder. I've talked about Pathfinder before because it's... Oh, what do I want to do with this? This looks wrecked. Hey, hey, stop that. He's licking my green screen. Get up and move. Damn dog. Who licks a green screen? I think my issue with Pathfinder has always been the propensity for extreme power building. I'm, I admit I was a hardcore min maxer, and I got to the point where I was just turned off by it. So I won't do that anymore. What is going on with this? But that's a system that encourages min maxing. So it's pretty much why I won't play it anymore. I really like to crunch the numbers on a build and break that thing as badly as I can. And while it sounds fun, it ends up being not fun for everybody else at the table. It's, just trying to build something they can play and enjoy. Can I not drop this under? I do that. And that. What we're doing right now, I decided what I wanted to do because with Lost Mine, there are lots of different areas where you get to Phandelver that you can go in, talk, and have encounters. So I'm building the town map, and I'm going to make it so that those are tagged when you click on them, like the Stone Hall Inn. They go, we want to go to the inn. Click on that, it'll bring up the inn map, and then they'll be able to go into it. So I'm going to go ahead and build out the town at this point, and then we'll start building out the rest of... Why is it not selecting them? The rest of the city and everything, so that we can set it up so it's tagged, and once I export this as a module, it'll just be, you click on the building, it goes in, all that good stuff. So we're gonna do that. So this is like, I guess, least exciting map to make. Since we're kind of opting to do it this way. I'm just not convinced that these two buildings are attached. I'm really not. Not at all. So we'll do it that way. Then we're going to put a little front roof off. We'll do this one under. We just need a gable. And I'm going to say about like that maybe. Favorite class builds. See, it seems like whichever way we do this, unless we make it square, this thing's going to make it difficult. Let's see if this will work. I mean, a lot of times what I'll end up doing is multi-classing. There we go. Like a paladin warlock or paladin warlock multi-class build, or druid barbarian. I do like multi-classing. Nope, I didn't do what I meant to do there. This needs to be a hip. You know, it's like I'll do the warlock for the short rest so that I can get some extra smites on a paladin. Um, the rage with a druid for the barbarian. I tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna build this in the street and then move it over. We're gonna relocate this house. What do you mean the best game that I've played? Do you mean system? System-wise? I don't. Oh shit. I don't know that there's a system that I really think is like the best system that I've played. Um, I look back more at campaigns that I've played over the years. That it's like, that was a lot of fun. Um, I I mean, I do. Shit. I do look back at like first edition AD&D nostalgically, but I can't say that that's the best system that I've ever played. I mean, there were plenty of issues with that system. Um, Campaign wise, like I said, you always have nostalgia unless you're unlucky and you play in a really bad campaign with a bad DM. Um, I think you're always going to look back nostalgically at your first campaign, which I do. But I mean, I like as far as systems go. I'm still not happy with that. I'm going to say that might be like 1.5 wide. Let's try that. I mean, I've had a lot of fun over the years playing. GURPS was a lot of fun to play. I think that's how I want it. The generic universal role playing system. You know, I like how the game runs and feels. It's pretty close to what I want there. Let's make an adjustment here. Over and back a little. Does that look about even? We have 1, 2, 3. I think the only game system I ever really hated was one that my son wanted to try. What the hell is that called? I think I've just blocked it out of my mind because I hated that system so much. But it was a horror themed game system, which horror systems can be fine, but this one was just so freaking warped with the spells and stuff in there that I'm just like, yeah, I don't ever need to play that again. I don't think I'm going to use that for there. These little buildings, I mean, I'm not a super fan of the built-in roof texture, but honestly, for some of these things, little mix and match is not a bad thing. It's crazy. I think this map that I thought was no, it wasn't Call of Cthulhu. Um, Let me see. It wasn't any of the normal ones like Vampire the Masquerade or Cthulhu or any of those. It was this off one that he decided he wanted to try. And when you're casting spells that the result you fail and your junk falls off. It's like, what the fuck kind of warped son of a bitch made this thing up? Shadow of the Demon Lord. I hated that fucking game. I absolutely hated it. And I'll be honest, I don't even think hate is strong enough for how I felt about that game. we played that for like a month, and I was like, you know what, I'm done. Just not going to happen. Just not going to happen. Then we need a small section that needs to go under for that overhang. So we need a couple of smaller houses in here. And these are simple. Like that. And that. And you know what? Here's the thing. I'm sure there are people out there that just absolutely adore that game. I'm just not one of them. Never will be. It was funny because we're playing that night, and that spell gets cast and failed the saving throw. And he's like, well, this is, I'm like, okay, what does a spell do? He names the spell, and he's like, your junk falls off. And I'm like, all right. So my character loses his will to live and fucking goes off to die. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to do that under. This is where we waste time. You know, we forget that some of these are over, some are under. We're going to place it here. Like that. Warhammer. I haven't played that one. Played over the years, GURPS, Traveler, Fate. Can't name them all off. Every version of D&D through 5. Pathfinder 1, we've had Pathfinder 2, but, you know, not real fan of it. Tried Starfinder. Some stuff was fun. Not my thing. Fate. The Cypher system. Several of the games made for that. Champions. Way back in the day. Superhero game. Car Wars. I mean, tons of games. Powers and Perils. Yep. That wasn't Powers and Perils. Wasn't that the Avalon Hill game? The boxed game? I think I still have that sitting out there. If I remember right, that was the Avalon Hill one. See, I lived in Baltimore, so it was a 20-minute drive to the Avalon Hill store. And I bought so many Avalon Hill games right from there that it was ridiculous. But yeah, you couldn't live in Baltimore, be a gamer, and not go to the Avalon Hill place and buy a shit ton of games. Way back when. It was kind of sad when they basically went under and got bought out. Wasn't it Milton Bradley bought them out? Garbage Patch Kids cards. That's funny. And I think this is an awning, so we need one more little roof there. So that works there. What did we do here? That was weird. That was really weird. I guess we clicked by accident and created some weird thing. So what is this supposed to be? Harbin Wester's home. And you know what? We're going to stop worrying about exact dimensions. We only want this thing so that we have our map that we can Marvel card game. No, there was what Hero Clicks that came out, and I think that had some. Was that Marvel? What the hell did Hero Clicks have? There were a couple of them. There was like a fantasy, and then there was the superhero one. I remember the kids had to have that, so we got the Hero Clicks stuff. And that was fun, setting up the boards. The boards took forever. And we're doing something here that I never do. Mixing asset types. But we're gonna see how this looks after it's all done. Yeah, HeroClix was it was fun. We ended up getting both of the HeroClix type games. I think it was DC HeroClix, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, but I don't think I am. Like I said, my goal with this map is basically going to make it so it's clickable. You know, one of these places that's named, like if you're supposed to go talk to this guy, Harbin Wester, you'll click that. It'll bring up the map of the house. Then they can knock on the door, walk in, talk to the guy, all that kind of stuff. When they're done, you click go back to this, say, okay, where do you want to go? We want to go to Town Master's Hall. Click that. It'll have pop up the Town Master's Hall map. We're gonna build this whole damn town out and make it so you can navigate to them. Characters aren't going to be on this map. But we're going to use this as a reference that I can click and bring up all the other scenes. This will be ruins. I'm going to save, and I'm curious. Buildings and structures. It's possible we could have something we could bring in to make some of this a little bit easier. Sure, what's in there? I'm scared to bring in too many textures after the last crash. All right, now we'll reopen it, and it should import the assets that we need. Let's hope it doesn't crash. He's always trying, he's always, now my son's 25, so he moved out last year, but he's always trying new stuff. Now, I'll be honest, he ends up playing more video games now than, I mean, we used to play a ton of board games, like when the old D&D tabletop games would come out, not the, role-playing game, but where you would throw down, as you moved along, throw down a new tile, open it up, see what's in there, those things. We had all of those. Then what else? I mean, we were trying a whole lot of stuff. Now that he's moved out, living with his girlfriend, I don't even play RPGs with him anymore. He just wants to play Pathfinder 1. Like I said, I'm burned out with Pathfinder. I'm burned out with basically, I consider it like the Cold War arms race, where you're constantly power building those things out to ridiculous levels. I think the worst build I ever came up with would generate 18,000 points of damage on full crit in a single turn. And that is beyond stupid. So that should not be possible in a role-playing game. I mean, 5th edition, people think they're power building, but you can still kill them. In Pathfinder, it makes it where you could just walk into a room and one-shot a god, which I've done. So, yeah, it's he wants to play that. I'm like, I'm not playing Pathfinder anymore. We need to find something else if you want to play. And he's so deeply entrenched now playing what the hell is that? Black Desert Online. That's his big thing. He spends way too much time doing that. Fortunately, he doesn't let it mess with his studies for his PhD that he's working on. But then I'd have to go to his apartment and slap him if he was letting it affect that. Games should never affect anything important like that. And I'm pretty sure he knows I would come to his apartment and slap him if he was fucking his PhD up for video games. Yeah, sometimes you just have to. I hate to say it, but you know, that's like your life. He's working on a PhD in biomedical statistics. He was a math major in college, and now he's working on that. Basically, he'll do the statistics for any type of medical or research studies. And you know, I'm shit, it's snapping the grid. I think that size is fine. But you know, that stuff comes first. There are times for doing all the gaming you want later in life. That's the way I see it. I mean, as you can tell, I didn't let getting old stop me from playing games. I'm the one that got my kids into games. I mean, I remember, get this so it's kind of straight with that. Shit. I did it again. That needs to go under. But yeah, I mean, I got my daughter not so much. She doesn't really. She played a lot of Minecraft and stuff. I think if she plays anything now, it's like The Sims. Um, my son, he stayed heavily in the RPGs, tabletop gaming, and video games. All right. We haven't even we haven't even scratched this thing. We're what, maybe a third of the way through just the buildings? Maybe. But when it's done, I think it's going to be cool. The way we were planning to do it. I need to find a wagon asset to put around some of these places. See, I mean, I stream a lot of video games. I just decided at this point, this last week or so, that I needed to catch up on doing some maps, and I decided that I wanted to do Phandelver and make it interactive as far as, the town map zooming into the other places. I mean, I think I put close to 300 hours into Assassin's Creed Valhalla over the last year, or since it came out. A ton of time into both of the Horizon games, Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. Had a lot of fun playing what the hell's that game? PlayStation game, the Japanese theme one. What the fuck was it? We just did a playthrough like 3 months ago on that. But I mean, there are a lot of good games coming out. But at this moment, I decided to spend a shit ton of time working on maps. And this set of maps I'll end up using for a campaign I intend to stream a few months down the road after I get this stuff all done. But with that, it's not a rush. I have four. I've got they're all mutts. Um, I've got two that I call cattle dogs. They look totally different, but they've got like Chihuahua, cattle dog, bunch of other stuff in them. The one almost, they both have like the mottled spots throughout their fur, but the one actually has spots that make her look like a rat terrier, where they have those big black spots, like my Jelly, who was a full rat terrier, was. Um, and then we have one that we thought was a corgi mix, but he has absolutely no corgi in him. He's actually got more Bichon than anything in him. But he still looks like a freaking corgi, so it's kind of funny. Yes, I'm talking about you, Thor. And then the other is my daughter's dog. She looks like a Chihuahua Dalshin mix, but I think she just has the Chihuahua in her. She's kind of a dick like a Chihuahua. There's that. We're getting a little quicker doing this. It's our first go at doing something that's got a bunch of roofs and stuff. Oh, there's Thor, Loki, Luna, Tessa. We had Isis, Ellie. Ellie's like from Greek myth or Norse mythology, the giant goddess of old age that beat the shit out of Thor. And it made sense to name her that since she came home and bullied Thor even though she was little. And she was old when we got her at 11. So I'm going to be back in 10 minutes. I got to drop my daughter off at class. So I'm going to put my Be Right Back screen on and we'll get back here and map. See you all in 10. It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit. I'll take that back. I just saw she texted me like a minute ago that she's not going until her second class, so I got to leave at 12:50. I don't get the skipping classes thing. I don't get it. I lied. Don't get excited. They're like, I thought we were going somewhere. Why aren't we going somewhere? I don't like that color. I think for some of these outbuildings, I'm not going to worry about them being exactly the size or placement. This one's going to be a little problematic, so we're going to use one of the built assets. Put that there. What is this? Miners exchange, huh? So this is going to be, looks like we're going to place it like two different roofs on top of each other. So I tell you what we're going to do, because it should be square, so we'll do a 3x3, and then we'll do one next to it that's half that size, and it should fit perfectly. So 3x3 needs to be a hip. So 3x3, this one needs to be over, and this one will need to be 1.5 by 1.5. All right. And then we'll need a little small under roof. We'll gable that, like that. And then we'll put them together. So that kind of works. We'll do this. Put that there. There we go. Lion Shield Coaster. No idea what that is, but this is one big building, it looks like. You know, we're getting too many red buildings together, aren't we? So let's put that there. We need this to be like that. But it needed to be over. So that. Then we need one that'll go under. That's another gable for there. Would be that. Then we need one for that. And one for that. So let's piece this together now. There. That'll go there. I need to size this down just a little bit, I think. There. And there. All right. Doesn't look horrible. Do that. I have no idea what this is supposed to be. Looks like some ruins over here. I want to see if we have any buildings. So we're not seeing anything that looks like ruins there. Make it slightly less fuzzy. Didn't help. All right. There we go. Weirdo, how's it going today? 15 months. It's a long time, weirdo. How have you been doing? We've decided to make our mapping as difficult as possible. Everyone's doing fine. Thank you for asking. And my daughter's yeah, they're both still in school. My son is at the end of his first year on his PhD program. He's got a year one exam that he has to take in order to, continue moving forward. So I think he's preparing for that. My daughter, she's just got like normal school stuff since she's just in her first year of college. With planning, what are you planning? Anything cool? I think we're going to finish putting all the roofs on, then we'll start putting chimneys on. Yeah. If our plan for these maps works out, they're going to end up being really cool. I think that's normal here as well. You do all that, you do all your grading at home, you do anything related to your teaching job gets done at home that's not actually in the classroom teaching. They don't give you time to do your grading and other stuff. It's just you teach and then you go the fuck home and you know, you get to spend your home time working on work as well, which is kind of lame, especially for what teachers get paid. They're like one of the only professionals that don't get paid like professionals. And you know how I am. I think if, you should get paid for the actual amount of work you do. This salaried bullshit is bullshit. It's just another way to say, well, you're salaried, you make a lot of money, but that means you get to work 80 hours a week instead of 40 to get all the shit done that we're going to pile on top of you. It's a wee bit obscene. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that is the dream, not working for somebody else, right? Yeah. No, thank you, Scam Likely. Yeah, I've talked about it before. I spent a lot of time working for myself over the years, and there are ups and downsides to it. Upside, if you don't feel like taking people's shit, you don't have to take their shit. Downside is tax planning and stuff like that, since somebody else isn't doing the withholding for your taxes. Of course, I don't know how they do it over there, but here you've got your employer does withholding, you file, which I'm still procrastinating filing for the year. And it's just it's pluses and minuses to it. That's awesome if you can get there. I mean, my son was tutoring part-time math when he was in college, and I don't I don't know how much he liked it because he had a low patience level for some of the stupid shit. You know what I mean? Especially when a lot of it is the kids just wanting you to solve their homework problems for them instead of teaching them how to do it because they're little lazy bastards. So I have no idea what well, you know what? I'm guessing that this is an off building that as a hip roof, so we'll do that there. Yeah, yeah, kids don't realize the real world isn't exactly, this instant gratification machine. You've got to fucking actually work. But I mean, let's face it, I think that they also don't understand the reason you work is so that when you hit a certain age, you're able to just say, fuck it, because you've saved enough money to say fuck it. I mean, we were looking at our all of our savings, retirement accounts, and everything like that yesterday, and I won't say how much we have, but we were looking at it, and it's like, I retired a while ago. The wife continues to work, but she realized that if she wanted to today, we'd be fine for the next 30 years. So, that's why you work, so that you hit that point. And I think that's another thing kids don't understand. You're not working so that you can buy junk now. You're working to save so that eventually you can just say fuck you to everybody and stop working. I mean, that's the way it should be. But that's because, we both have saved and invested extensively over the years. So, but that's honestly, I think that's where I'm going to be blunt and people aren't going to like it. That's why you work, so eventually you can say fuck it. Not so that you can be an idiot and put $100,000 out on a car like morons do around here. For fuck's sake, people around here will spend 90 or 100 grand on a motherfucking pickup truck because they're idiots. And yes, if you spend 100 grand on a pickup truck, you're a fucking idiot, especially if you're not a tradesman that needs a truck to carry shit around in. If you think that that's just your car, I mean, I've seen people where they flip out if you put something in the bed of their pickup truck. What's the point of having a pickup truck if you're not going to carry shit around in the pickup truck? That's what they're made for. And I don't have a lot of tolerance for stupidity, and that's what, I'm going to leave this with this gabled roof or this hip roof. Yeah, that's what kids need to realize. You need to save, so eventually, if you have to, you can tell somebody to fuck off and never work again. Now there are people that want to work their whole life, but give yourself some flexibility, so if shit sucks, you can tell them to go fuck themselves. And honestly, the way I see it, when I was talking to her, I'm like, when the time comes, we'll fucking move someplace that's even cheaper to live, and spread that money out even more so we can enjoy ourselves as we get old. Because pretty much know that the kids aren't going to fucking take care of us, so we'll take care of ourselves. Not that I expect it. But now that we're at this point, the kids are like, can you get me this or that? It's like, no, we didn't save money for that. I think it was like a week ago, my son calls me. He's like, "Oh, I'm looking at a house." And I'm like, "Son, you're not even out of your fucking PhD program. You're not making good money. You need to save money for the next few years. And you know, not put yourself in a position where if something happens, you can't make a house payment, you're fucking fucked. Because I'm not making your house payment for you." That's one thing. My parents were always like, you know what? If you make your own fuck ups, you got to pay your way out of your own fuck ups. And yeah, that's the way I am with my kids. If you do something and fuck up, you got to be able to buy yourself out of your fuck ups. That's not my job. You want to call yourself an adult, you have to act like one. I know my kids don't like that philosophy in life, but you know, that's what's allowed us to get in the position we're in where we can just say fuck you to everybody. I want to say that's a barn or something based off a Skyrim mod. This is just a D&D town for the module I plan to run. You weren't in here when I was talking about what I plan to do with this. I'm going to, I think I'm going to end up putting this on the Patreon, but I am going to hide it behind a Patreon paywall. So if people want to use it, because the amount of work that will end up happening for this is going to be stupid. I'm going to go into Foundry, and I'll have that map. I'm going to create clickable sections on it. So like you'll they'll have the overhead map, and you'll be like, all right, where do you want to go? And okay, we know we need to go to Hallia's home. So there'll be a clickable region for me to see. It'll click there, zoom in, and pull up another map where it has, which I'll have to create, but it'll be a local map where they'll go up, see the pathway going up to the house, and they'll be able to go up, open the door, go in, talk to whoever they need to talk to, do whatever they need to do. When they leave, it'll exit, go back to the big map, and then they'll go to the next place. I also plan, once I create those individual maps for like the house, outbuildings, and all that kind of stuff, to have that set up as levels. So when you walk in, first when you walk up to the house, like here where the entrance is, you'll walk up to that entrance, and all you'll see is like the overhead roof view. When you go in through the door, the roof will disappear. You'll be inside, and then you'll see the individual rooms you're in. And if there's stairs going up to another level, when you click it, or when you step in that stairwell, it'll throw you up to the next level, and you'll be able to walk around and explore. So I'm setting it up so it's going to be a module type thing where you have multiple levels, in and out, different views depending inside, outside, all that kind of stuff. It's going to make my map making take a lot more time, which is why I'm probably going to hide some of the module maps behind a paywall. If somebody wants it, they'll have to do that on Patreon. And then they'll have just the free maps, which are just the overhead view of the building without all the fancy stuff built in. I know I've always made it where, all my maps are free, given away, stuff like that, but which the basic maps will be, but any of the advanced stuff that's going to take a lot of setup and even Java programming to make it work, then yeah, that'll be for my Patreon subscribers. I almost thought about there's another mapping program called the fuck is it? I mean, there are two options that I have as far as doing a world map in an alternate version. One is a Wonderdraft instead of Dungeondraft, and that's like a world mapping thing, but that's like an actual world mapping software. So if you did that, you'd probably create a big ass map and have your clickable zones in there to go into a region like this. And then you'd have your individual stuff. So it would tunnel down if you wanted to do that. The other thing would be, which I've talked about over and over and over and over, and I still haven't done it yet, is going in and using Clip Studio Paint, since I could be more detailed as far as how I wanted to do that. And that might be something I'll start messing with down the road. Oh, video editing. Well, you're on a Windows machine. What are you using for your video editing? For your software? DaVinci? You know me, I hate to say it, but I'm like totally sold on using Apple on my MacBook now for editing. Even though I've got I built it what, end of last year, an expensive PC, new graphics card, all that kinds of shit. Um, I'm really, I'm gonna make this. You know what? I don't like that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna create a dormer and attach it there. And I kind of feel bad because I haven't done any freaking videos in a bit now. I kind of I tell you the one that I use on my Windows machine is um, Wondershare Filmora, and that actually works pretty good. I use that for a long time for my videos when I would make them. So I mean, on a Windows machine, I think I messed with DaVinci. DaVinci's free, right? I had messed with it, and it's not bad, but I ended up because Filmora it's pretty cheap. It's one of those $50 fucking programs. So it's like that was an easier editor to work with. But I mean, now I've gone over to the dark side with Final Cut Pro. I don't know why my brain is not remembering this shit. Yeah, I've gone to the dark side and I'm using Final Cut Pro, and I really like the power of it compared to what I was using before. Getting too close, it doesn't want to give you the grabby hand. It's a little cocked, isn't it? I mean, for me, what ended up, I got the MacBook, and this past year went to the dark side, and in all honesty, fuck, I keep doing that. In all honesty, I mean it definitely renders quicker than on my PC machine. Um, Works in scrubs quicker. It's just ridiculous. So, and that was one of the reasons I wanted to mess with Apple, even though you know me, and I still make fun of the Apple users. But it's one of the reasons I wanted to go was for video editing and get one of those. I mean, I'm almost thinking about picking up the new Apple Studio Mini Studio, whatever the hell it's called. I don't think they, you know, I don't think this town's worried about it being even or symmetrical, so we're gonna kick that off like that. Do we have all our buildings in now? Exactly. You're at the age you got to save and have your priorities for that. I'm at the age where I can be stupid. That's the way I see it. Now, in all honesty, I mean, there are plenty of people my age who aren't in the situation where they can be stupid because they've spent too much time being stupid and blowing cash that they shouldn't have. You know, like the idiots I was talking about who spend 90 or 100 grand on a motherfucking pickup truck. And I tell you, that's one of the reasons that we've saved money. We've always had a rule when it came to car buying, you know, as far as what's the maximum that we will put out to buy a new vehicle. And we won't go over that. So, you know, if you're not willing to set limits on things and just be like, I really want it and buy shit, in the end, you're going to have nothing. And people need to realize that. If you're going to constantly buy into consumerism and piss your money away, you're never going to have anything. I mean, my kids, when they needed new computers, a rocking chair for Christmas, there you go. It's what I need. You know, I've talked about it before. I always got a new laptop or computer for my kids before me. And when I built out the computer that I had before this one, and even the one before that, I didn't spend an incredible amount of money putting my computer together. I built what I needed and for what I was doing and what I figured would last for 5 to 6 years, and it did. Finally, on this last computer build, I said, fuck it, I'm going with the newest components, put it together, and I'll be set for a while. I mean, with me, it's my personal opinion's always been it's a stupid person that blows shit tons of money on a fucking car. I don't like that. I don't like that fucking house there. I mean, you're buying something that depreciates the second you drive it off the lot. It is not an investment unless you're one of the 500 people that bought a Porsche 959 when it came out and it went from like 250,000 to a couple million now. That's the rare exception to cars being an investment. And you kept it in the garage the entire time. But you know, most people, they're just fucking idiots buying an expensive car that is not going to do them any good. But you know, I have a limit as far as what I'm willing to pay on a monthly payment. Um, and the last two cars I bought, I paid cash for. All right. I got to put my be right back screen on. So I'm going to drop my daughter off. I'll be back in 10 minutes and we'll finish putting the buildings up. Then we're going to start laying out the rubble zones. I'll figure out how we're going to build this broken house. I might put a roof down and put some roof holes in the roof that make it like it's broken because we have that. And then we'll start laying down road and everything else. So I'll be back in 10 minutes. Hopefully we'll see you when you get back, Weirdo, and everybody else. It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh, shit.
Available for tasking. Spy plane is
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for Megs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane established overhead.
Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Ah, yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought Shannon.
Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Ah. That's it. Die! God's justice away! Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking. Spy plane is standing overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for eggs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane established overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you got to tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought channel.
Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Die! God's justice away! Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
Ah, it was worth
Plane is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is established overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for eggs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane established overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought channel.
Hold on. You're mine! Oh! Ah. That's it. Die! God's justice away! Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike plane deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is never overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for eggs. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is just overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance.
All right, we're back. So for this, let's zoom out and see if there are any other homes that we need to do. One more. I mean, once we take the trace image off, this is yet to be impressive. It's just our buildings placed. We still need to go in, start placing chimneys on those. And slowly creating these paths and grassing up these areas. All right, so what is this supposed to be? Shrine of Luck. I do think we need to start throwing our chimneys on. Let's do that before we forget. Loki, stop the licking. Damn dog. He has always got to be up somebody's butt. Right, so this has a chimney here. This is actually a double chimney in the middle. And then a single over here. Reference map over there so I can see and move stuff around as we go. All right, so need a chimney there. I'm going to say this is probably a well. And I think we're going to throw some smoke on these fireplaces when we're done. Or chimneys, I should say. There, that gives us our look of place in disrepair.
What are you licking?
Lick, lick, lick. Dogs are driving me nuts. Didn't realize I'd been on 4 hours already. Time flies when you're having mapping fun. All right, and this is supposed to be another dilapidated building. So let's break the roof. All right, so that's our busted shacks over there. Chimney there. We've got these chimneys scaled and placed. Takes care of our chimneys. All right. Alrighty. Houses, chimneys, and a little bit of smoke all set. Alright, so I think at this point we'll start laying in a path. We need to lay this in too. What is going on? All right, let's take a look at it now. May not keep that. Alrighty. So I think we're going to stop here for the day. Tomorrow we'll figure out what we want to do for these ridges that are around this manor. Then we'll start laying in trees. We'll bush around the ridges. Maybe put a path of grass on top to overhang whatever we do with that ridge. We'll have to figure something out for the farmland. Start throwing trees in. Do these ruin walls. But we're getting there. So that'll be it for the day. We'll get back on and work with this again tomorrow. Try to finish this up in the next day or two, and then start working on, again, building out all of these buildings that are encounter, role play, whatever buildings you want to, whatever you want to call it. So everybody have an awesome rest of your day, and we'll catch you tomorrow.